Good morning, everyone. Hope you've had a lovely day so far. It's always a privilege and a pleasure to deliver the welcome to country. Gawi bianga garabara, gawi wianga bemoma, gawi mujin malam benanga, acknowledging Father Sky, Mother Earth, and those who've walked before us. Warami, welamabami, iora. Giarira Duramanjalarinya, Gilligan Daranga Daba Wayanga, Dian Gorangarang, Burraburongul Bichigal Gadoomba Dame. Hello and a warm welcome to the Burramadigal clan lands of the Darug Nation. We gather on country today, the land of my ancestors, where the salt water meets the fresh water. I pay my respects to elders past, present, future, and special guests here today, and all of our First Nations brothers and sisters. My name is Peter Strawn, Artistic Director of Janui Dance Clan. Janui is all about the continuation, revitalisation of Darug language, story, song and dance. I'm a mother of 5 and a grandmother of 3, and a proud Darug woman, wishing you all a safe passage and stay on Darug country. Barramata, the resting place of the eel, Barradui. Nanga mai nini, nanga mai bujari, calling in the good spirit, calling in the good dreaming. Nubaringora, love country. Yano miriga gadijrigo. Thank you everyone and hope you have a lovely day today. Yano.
Hope you're all feeling awake after that. I did ask for a drum roll, and I absolutely got what I wanted. So incredible. No, that was the Australian Teiko Academy and their group Tataku. Incredible job. Let's give them another huge round of applause. And also, thank you to Auntie Peter who welcomed us onto country today. I also want to acknowledge that we're Undara land and pay my respects to elders past, present, and any First Nations people joining us in the audience or on our stage today. Welcome to TEDxSydney Youth 2024. My name's Eve Beck. I'm the co-head of curation for this event, and it is my absolute pleasure to have you in the audience today and to welcome this pretty incredible lineup of speakers and performers and films. It is really, really hard to get up here and do a 10-minute talk and learn it off by heart. So I hope you'll be a really warm audience today and encourage our speakers along the way with lots of cheers and claps. When we were thinking about the theme for this year, it was hard to think of something that could encompass all of the challenges and changes happening for young people in the world at the moment. And we landed on this idea of control shift, looking at how control and power is being passed on to the next generation, and how systems and technologies and policies and laws will shift to create a world that young people actually want to live in. So we hope today to give you some of those answers, or possibly just more questions for you to ponder. Before we get into our first speaker, just some general housekeeping for today. We have two sessions, so this one ending at 11:30. Then we have a lunch break where you can go out and see our cool activations in the courtyard, grab your lunch, and then coming back at 12:30 with the session wrapping up at 2. There are bathrooms in the foyer, there's water stations throughout the venue, there's merch available for you to purchase in the kiosk, and of course it wouldn't be a youth event without saying please tag and hashtag us at TEDxSydney. All right, we're going to kick off with our first speaker. She is a biotechnologist and CEO of biotech company Symbiote, and she is dedicated to her mission of using biotechnology to improve the welfare of both people and the planet. She's our first speaker. Make her feel extra warm. Please welcome Alinta Fennell.
From skyscrapers that rival the sequoias, airplanes that can outfly birds, and computer systems that can calculate way faster than you and I could ever comprehend. Our built reality mimics what we see in the natural world. And this isn't some kind of coincidence either, right? I mean, with 4.5 billion years of innovation, nature has pretty much become the ultimate problem solver. For centuries, we've been co-designing solutions that harmonize human innovation with the world around us. This is the biomimicry blueprint. Nature is actually super functional. Who knew? You know how they usually have that saying, the sky's the limit? Well, with biomimicry, it's become the next frontier. So I'm a biotechnologist. Essentially, it's my job to go out there, scouring the earth, trying to find natural phenomena that we can harness to improve our daily lives. But as I look at the world around us and how we live day to day, it's pretty clear that there's a few things around here that aren't all that natural. I mean, as it stands, humans are the only living creatures on Earth, with entire landfills dedicated to everlasting garbage, and economies that actually rely on the incineration of waste. But the consequences of not working together with nature, they need no explanation. And, you know, while biomimetic systems did serve us well for centuries, it kind of seems like as the population grew and demand skyrocketed, humanity went off script and left biology out of the equation entirely. In the age of mass production, the biomimicry blueprint could really only get us so far. While biomimetic systems served us well for centuries, sorry, woo, we got this. While biomimetic systems served us well for centuries, the words natural and consumerism, they don't generally go hand in hand. Humanity has an insatiable hunger. I mean, in the age of mass production, the biomimicry blueprint could really only get us so far. As the population grew and demand skyrocketed, it kind of seems like humanity went off script and left the biomimicry blueprint out of the equation entirely. But the consequences of not working together with nature, they need no explanation. I mean, come on. I only need to say the words plastic straw and stuck up a turtle's nose for every single person here to know we have done some incredible damage to the Earth. The ironic thing about this is we are still absolutely obsessed with materials like plastic. Our entire lives are pretty much built upon a plastic platform. It kind of begs the question, right? I mean, how could we have created something that is so good, yet so bad? Well, it's actually pretty clear. While nature produces out of need, humanity produces out of greed. Natural materials are generally circular. They're produced in made-to-order quantities, and then once they're done with, they return back into the earth, ready to be made into something else. On the other hand, human-made materials are linear. They go from the production line to our hands to a landfill for the next eternity. But we do not exist in a vacuum. Our trashy actions have even trashier consequences. We have backed nature into a corner, and it has had no choice but to respond. This is something that we have seen and will continue to see as the planet gets warmer and warmer. With increasing urbanization, things like pandemics, natural disasters, they won't just be once-in-a-century occurrences. They're going to become our daily reality. These examples are just nature responding to how we treat it. But there is actually a silver lining to this. Researchers have recently found that there are microbes that have literally evolved to eat plastic. So while we were out here poisoning the earth, poisoning ourselves with microplastics in our diet, nature was finding a way to survive. Currently, we don't really have any ways to actually dispose of plastic. Our methods essentially rely on recycling and recycling again until it eventually turns into itty-bitty microplastic bits. On the other hand, these microbes have the capability of breaking plastics down for good. Using the biomimicry blueprint, scientists are now using these microbes to rethink the way we recycle and to start fixing the planet. We can either work against nature or we can work with it. We are now on a long journey to start undoing some of the damage that we've done to the Earth and to start rebuilding the world with biology. But how do we make sure that we don't make the same mistakes as before? Even now, some of our most scalable ways to produce bio-alternatives rely on food crops such as corn or sugarcane. But like I mentioned, these are food crop. Using something that directly competes with our source of food, even though it is scalable, it creates a whole new world of supply chain security issues. There is another way, though. As it turns out, microbes, again, are incredible manufacturing powerhouses. By editing their DNA code, we can get them to produce pretty much any biological material for us on demand. Now, bioengineering, it is not science fiction. We've been applying it to a whole range of different industries for well over 50 years now. Bioengineering has unlocked a whole new world of potential for sustainable production. From spider silk that's spun without the spider, vaccines produced for the masses, and even now, edible meat that's cultivated only from cells. It's pretty interesting, right? I mean, in 100 years, will our standard for beef still be grass-fed? Or will it actually be bioreactor bred? In many cases, technologists have been using the biomimicry blueprint to supercharge systems that have been under our noses this entire time. Take plants. With something that we can literally find for free growing on the side of the road, Engineers at companies like Junglefy have created supercharged industrial filters capable of sucking pollutants out of the air on a mass scale. Taking things a step further, companies like Living Carbon are now bioengineering trees that can not only live on decaying land matter, but can also capture a whole lot more carbon out of the environment. That can also capture a whole lot more carbon dioxide out of the environment. Biotechnology is bringing us Nature 2.0. The crazy thing about all of this is, and what makes me really excited, is we've also only just started to scratch the surface of what nature has to offer us. Take, for example, my favorite animal in the entire world, the naked mole rat. Now, I get it. I know what you're thinking. These things are ugly. But once you get past how the naked mole rat looks, it's actually an incredible feat of just what biology is capable of. By some freak of nature, not only is the naked mole rat immune to acid burns, but it's also resistant to cancer. Scientists are now even turning to the naked mole rat to start understanding how our own human bodies work. Could the naked mole rat actually hold the cure to cancer? Biology is constantly engineering custom-made solutions in response to its environment. We can also see this in the fungal kingdom. In another life, I was actually a researcher working on fungal dark matter. What does this mean? Well, of an estimated 5 million species of fungi, we only know 2% of what actually exists out there. Of this tiny percentage that we have studied, scientists have already found a whole heap of crazy innovations, from fungi that produce their own sunscreen, to fungi that can even stop ice from forming in sub-zero temperatures. Using these innovations, scientists are now creating the next generation of commercial products that are way more sophisticated than any of our own inventions. This is the biomimicry blueprint in action. But of all the things that I've spoken about today, I need to be clear. The power to make these changes, it isn't just on us as consumers. It's as humanity as a whole to step up and manufacture these products right in the first place. I can stand here until the end of days and tell you things like plastics are bad. But if we don't actually have any viable alternatives out there to replace them, what good is that going to be? As a consumer, honestly, I probably would be concerned about the fate of the planet. I think that's totally understandable. But as a biotechnologist, I can tell you this. A change is coming. Around the world, innovators like myself are actively working on the next generation of materials that will build our biofuture and work with nature, not against it. It's time for us to bring back the biomimicry blueprint and rebuild the world with biology.
Thank you so much, Alinta. She did such an amazing job. I'm here having to remember 2 lines, and I'm nervous, so just give her another round of applause for starting us off today. Thank you. So our second speaker for today's event is a triathlete and multidisciplinary model, best recognized for his work in advocating for the visibility of disabled people. From walking the runway at Melbourne Fashion Week to being an ambassador for Lululemon, and winning Australia's Leadership Disability Social Impact Award, James Barr is rewriting the way that people with a disability are represented across fashion and media spaces. As a proud Wiradjuri man, James Barr works to resist the negative social connotations around living with a disability. Please join me in giving a very warm welcome to our second speaker for today's event, James Barr.
Hi, I'm James Barr. I'm a model and a disability advocate. Now, it's very clear I do have one leg. Now, the thing about having a visual disability is that everyone just wants to know what happened. From random people coming up to me on the street, or even on dating apps, they'll just message me straight away to ask what happened. Now, cancer's a little bit boring, so I always like to try and come up with the most random, crazy, funny stories just to see if people believe them. They do. I'm not actually sure what rabies is, or if it would require your leg to be amputated, but they believed it. Just in case, they still thought I was a very good-looking guy. Thank you. Another favourite is this one. I was abseiling, my foot got tangled in the rope, and SES had to come down. And the only way to get me down is to amputate my leg. I'm pretty sure SES aren't even trained on how to amputate a leg, but they believed it, and that rocked me a bit too. I've even had someone ask me how much it cost to have my leg amputated. I thought it was pretty obvious that it would cost a leg, but obviously not. Obviously, I am kidding, so we'll be serious now. I'm disabled, I'm queer, and I'm a proud Wiradjuri man. The intersectionality of these identities, they really challenged me, but they also enabled me to find who I was at my core. For those who may not know, intersectionality refers to the ways in which different aspects of a person's identity can expose them to discrimination and marginalization. It was defined in 1989 by Professor Kimberly Crenshaw to describe how race, class, gender, and other individual characteristics intersect and overlap one another. And my experience as someone with an intersectional identity has been quite an interesting one. Could you imagine being a part of not only one or two, but 3 minority groups and trying to navigate who you are? I can tell you, society has preconceived notions about who you are. It doesn't matter whether you fit them or not, it's almost as if society will push them onto you. When I was diagnosed with cancer, it felt like my whole world stopped. I started chemo, and 3 months later, it was decided in order to survive that I'd have to have my right leg amputated. I became disabled. And that was really an identity that had never really been a part of me before. When my surgeon said that we'd have to amputate, I was accepting. I literally just said, all right, I'll sign the form, when will the surgery be? And it happened the following Tuesday. Now, I was accepting, but I do remember looking at my leg. There was a stamp. There was a dotted line and a pair of scissors as if it was a permission slip. It stumped me a little bit. Good. You got it? But I was accepting. Now, this added a whole new layer to my visual identity, which wasn't necessarily a bad thing, but the way people now perceived me because of it, it was shocking. People would constantly tell me that they felt sad for me, they felt sorry for me, how horrible it was, or what I could or couldn't do. Do you know how patronizing it feels to have people say those things to you? This is the part where I forget. Just give me 2 seconds. All right. Since I couldn't hide or mask my leg, I know what you're thinking, lack of. Oh, actually, sorry, I stuffed up. Yep, do you know how, yep. I'll pick back off. Do you know how patronizing it feels to have people say those things to you? Even online, people will message me with the most backhanded questions. It was only the other day someone asked me if people in dating apps found me off-putting because I have one leg. So now I'm off-putting. I know I don't, but I don't think they really had a leg to stand on, because tell me. What is off-putting about better parking? Now, after a whole childhood, I'm not really thinking too hard about who I was. All of these questions and assumptions or preconceptions really started to make me rethink my whole experience. I thought back when I came head-to-head with my sexuality. And people questioned me for identifying as bisexual. People would ask me, when am I going to come out of the closet? Am I trying to soften the blow by saying I'm bisexual to then come out as gay later? Or which way do I swing more? Which then I thought back to all the experiences I had when I would tell people that I was Aboriginal. Because I'm white presenting, people would just look at me and be like, oh yeah, what percentage Aboriginality are you? I realized that all of these questions and all of those experiences, they really undermined who I was. By answering them, it left me questioning myself and my own legitimacy. It made me wonder if I couldn't answer those questions to live up to those expectations, did that take away the fact that I was Aboriginal or bisexual? Were these questions an actual reflection of who I really was? All of these experiences, they opened my eyes to these preconceived ideas that people have of you, about being queer, or about being Aboriginal, or about being disabled. The first step to understanding myself began with acceptance of people's questions. Not to answer them, but thinking about how they made me feel. I came to the realization I didn't need to justify myself or answer those questions. I just needed to ask myself, how do I feel about myself, and how do I understand myself? And now, with an identity that intersects a lot, I know these things about myself. Yes, I'm bisexual. I'm not confused, but it really doesn't matter who I find hot to anyone else, unless you want my number. Yes, I am Aboriginal, but because I am white presenting, that doesn't make me any less a part of my culture. Yes, I'm disabled, but my disability doesn't define me, nor is my life sad. I define myself. And the only thing that defines you is you. Every individual consists of multiple intersecting factors, including but not limited to gender, class, race, ethnicity, religious beliefs, sexuality, and sexual identity. I'm Indigenous, I'm queer, and I am disabled, and I know that everyone listening here, we may not share the same labels, but we all have an intersectional identity. It may feel like that there are expectations or there are questions that people in society ask you. But I want you to know that those labels don't define who you are. But then in that, I also want you to entertain those experiences and welcome those experiences, because like myself, those experiences can help you navigate who you are. Thank you.
From the age of 19, Phoebe Britton has been passionate about making education equally accessible to everyone. She started a youth-led not-for-profit that provides free tutoring and scholarship support to disadvantaged youths across Australia. Now only 21 years old and CEO and founder of Inspire Tomorrow Education, Phoebe will be talking about the inequality between public and private school systems today. She's currently on her route to Geneva, so super jealous, but she'll be attending virtually today. So her TED Talk will be coming up on screen shortly after me. But nevertheless, please give a very warm welcome to Phoebe Britton.
In 2023, I left my small hometown in regional Australia to start a law degree. I was excited and full of anticipation, but stepping onto campus was a culture shock. Back home, the rhythm of life was slow, with familiar faces and a laid-back coastal lifestyle. Pursuing a rigorous degree at a prestigious university was rare, and educational resources were more limited. But at university, the landscape of tertiary education was alive with activity and overflowing with connections and opportunities that I had never envisioned. In one of my first lectures, a former High Court Justice came and spoke to us. As an advocate for education, he asked everyone in the room to raise their hand if they went to a public school. And in a room of nearly 400 people, only about 12 hands went up. This moment made me reflect. In this setting, we are the future power brokers of our world, yet this degree isn't reflective of the true diversity of Australia. Despite attending a good regional private school, I felt incredibly out of place. I would have conversations with peers who had familial ties to prestigious firms. Many had elite schooling, exclusive extracurriculars, and highly educated families to lean on for support, giving them unique industry knowledge and cultural capital that I lacked as a first-gen student. If I felt alienated with my level of privilege, I could only imagine the challenges faced by those with far fewer advantages. Today, I want to explore how we can bridge this gap, ensuring that education becomes a true equaliser, reflecting the diverse fabric of our nation. My belief is that talent and potential are equally distributed, but outcomes and opportunities are not. To enhance meaningful inclusion in our workplaces, parliaments, and spaces of power, we must dismantle the barriers to education and ensure equal outcomes for all students, regardless of their background. Education is the great equaliser. It's the critical driver of social progress. Educational equity means that we support those who are most in need. It's not just a lofty ideal, it's a fundamental human right. However, according to UNICEF, Australia has one of the most unequal education systems out of all OECD nations. When education is unequal, the fabric of our society is at risk. Cycles of poverty, marginalisation, and injustice repeat themselves. It's not just a moral imperative, but it's actually an economic one too. Educational inequity has cost us $20 billion from just 2009 to 2015. Studies show that countries with equitable education systems have stronger economies and more cohesive societies. So when we level the playing field, everybody truly wins. This makes me question, how can we as young people have productive and empowering conversations about the biggest issues facing our generation if we haven't all had the chance to build the critical thinking skills and the knowledge needed to participate? How can we pioneer innovative solutions to women's rights, climate change, or AI ethics if only a privileged few of us have had the chance to learn about and engage in these topics? And when we deliberate in local, national, and international decision-making, how can we ensure that everyone is meaningfully included if access to education isn't equal? There are three key barriers that create educational inequity. The first is location. Studies show that regional, rural, and remote students have significantly less access to educational resources than metropolitan students. We are less likely to go to university and high school, and we are more likely to drop out if we enrol. Non-metropolitan regions also tend to have lower levels of educational expectations. This makes sense. If the people around you haven't pursued higher education, this can create certain norms and expectations, and it's difficult to imagine a different future if you can't see it. The second barrier is your intersectional identity. For example, accessing higher education is harder if you're Indigenous. While studies confirm that Indigenous children have the exact same level of career aspiration as their non-Indigenous counterparts, their communities are one of the most underrepresented in Australian higher education. While 50% of people under the age of 25 are enrolled in a bachelor's degree, only about 7% of Indigenous people in their 20s and 30s hold this qualification. Relocating and attending university is expensive, and there are limited opportunities to participate in university on country. The third barrier is your family status. Being the first in your family to attend university means that you are an intergenerational trailblazer, and you're less likely to have guidance. In a study by King and McCann, first-in-family students lacked a college-going climate at home, meaning their families had little knowledge of academic practices and the university system itself. Consequently, they navigated the university transition with less cultural capital and a higher learning curve than their peers. But to create positive change, we can't just discuss the problems. We need to come together to find the solutions. A solution is personalised and culturally sensitive support. In my role as the CEO of Inspire Tomorrow Education, I've seen firsthand how building connections can demystify pathways to higher education to build a fairer world. If you're a young person, signing up for free support programs can help you learn about pathways to university that you may not have known about otherwise. Talk to people in your community about what industries they work in and what their careers have looked like. Talk to people who are older than you at your school. A single conversation has the power to transform someone's educational aspirations. Put simply, you can't be what you can't see. When navigating the path to higher education, it's crucial to seek out scholarships. For students, apply for financial aid programs tailored to your needs. Research and learn about what different scholarships you might qualify for. Visit your careers advisor, talk to your teachers, and talk to your principal. Practice delving into online scholarship databases. Seek guidance from not-for-profit organisations who are designed to support you in your application journey. Scholarship opportunities open doors that may have otherwise have remained closed, easing your financial burden and making your dreams more attainable. Students today face a rapidly evolving world with unprecedented challenges and opportunities. To thrive, they must embrace pathways that extend beyond traditional routes. Explore various fields and research. Learn about what common qualifications you might need. Attend university open days. By leveraging these support systems, you can chart a course that aligns with your passions and aspirations. While individual action is important, overcoming educational inequity fundamentally requires us to talk about structural issues at their core. Because true progress hinges on transforming the systems that create disparities. We must invest in public schools in underserved communities to ensure access to safe and supportive learning environments. Because an investment in educational inequity is an investment in our future. We must address the digital divide and enhance access to high-speed internet and technology to ensure equal outcomes for all students. I believe that education is a privilege that opens doors, broadens horizons, and empowers us to make a positive impact on this world. It is therefore incumbent upon all of us to carry that privilege with a level of responsibility, to use our education and our skills not only for personal gain, but to uplift others and to give back to those who may not have been as fortunate. To create the world we want to see, we need to ensure that every student, regardless of their background, has access to higher education. And together, we can create a future where educational equity is a reality for all.
Our next speaker is a musical comedian who kick-started her professional career making short skits and songs on TikTok during the global pandemic. She has since gained over 200,000 followers and made her debut through her first musical comedy solo at the Sydney Comedy Festival in 2022 with I Hope My Keyboard Doesn't Break, which won the Best Newcomer Award and sold out across Brisbane, Adelaide and Sydney festival seasons. She has since starred in numerous other roles, including Murder for Two by Hayes Theatre Company and Spicks and Specks from ABC TV. Please give Gabby Bolt a very warm welcome to the stage.
I have to get this out of the way really quickly because this is being filmed. Hi, I'm Gabby Bolt. Welcome to my TED Talk. I know I'm just doing some songs, but that will be really great in my group chat later. So I started my career online. Oh, maybe the keyboard broke. There it is. I started my career online, and there were lots of perks to that. Also a lot of different journeys and adversities. But overwhelmingly, it was joyful. And so this is a song about the internet and true love. Recently, the internet has become my new abode. And every time I put up another stupid post, I see something that catches my eye. A retweet from the sweetest kind of guy. 3 little words that he goes and states, referring me to all of his mates as someone to look up to. But the words aren't, I love you. Would you bang That's what he said. So ignoring the fact it's not relevant, and ignoring the fact I'm great and average in bed, and ignoring the disgusting sentiment instead of a simple abuse of my autonomy, he could have tried to set the bloody scene for me. You know, tell me how we'd meet, tell me how you would treat me, but since you won't give me the courtesy, I'll do what must be done. I reckon we would meet on the street. You would catcall me from your bus stop seat. You'd be surprised when I in fact say, hey, I'm super flattered that you want to see my rack, and I'd ask you to take me out on a date. I'll leave it all to you to cultivate, and I'll say, hey babe, can you pick me up round 8? And you'll say you can't drive, that's why you're at a bus station. So I rock up to your house, which is an overstatement, cause your house is your mum's and you live in her basement. I wait with your mum for a while in the hallway. She seems really sweet. It's a shame her son is an ashtray. Lynx Africa, a potent aura. It complements well with your sweaty fedora. And as we leave for an evening I've been looking forward to, I remember you've picked the menu and the venue and the seating. I stole that line from Hamilton. Lin-Manuel, please don't sue me as we take to our chairs among the popcorny air. I ask what kind of film I'm in for. Not surprised at all to hear it's by Tarantino. As we watch you list off all the films you've seen, though, you do go on to say that representation's not important, right? And diversity has ruined all the things you enjoy. And even in this hypothetical, I feel unsafe. But for narrative's sake, we have to get to third base. So I get back to your house and we dim the lights down low. Well, actually they're off, cause the basement's not on the same circuit board, which works out for me, cause I don't wanna see you. Even in the dark, your sweat glands really just shine through. And I'm giving you all of my moves. Right. I said I'm giving you all of my moves. Thank you. And you're crying. And even in this hypothetical scenario that I've conjured myself for the purpose of live musical comedy, I still have to feel the need to be polite to this fake man. So I hold you while you shed tears. You say your sexual performance is one of your biggest fears. You treat women like they're objects to distract from the fact you're probably bad at sex. And while I'm empathetic, I'm not an idiot. I grab my stuff and run the heck out of the basement, but I stop to talk to your mum. Cause honestly, she seems fun. But she doesn't seem to know that there's a sickness that exists within cyberspace, most diagnosable in patients who hide their face. Hey, look around, it could be one of your mates who tell me I shouldn't have opinions and to know my place. So as a woman, if you wish to share a point of view, be aware of the shitstorm that awaits you in the Reddit forums, the Twitter hashtags, the YouTube comments, the TikTok duets, in the Facebook feed, the email junk box, the Insta DMs, and once in the post, I got doxed. And I am all for taking accountability. I'm happy to debate ideology, but none of that matters. He already rated me a 6.3. 6.3. Thank you so much. Thanks. Yeah, that was one of the first comedy songs I wrote. And while I think, you know, the internet is a fantastic resource, and many of you will agree that you've made a lot of your fastest and firmest friendships on the internet, I come from a time, 1996, where there was a memory that I have of making friends in the wild, you know, that spontaneous feeling of like somebody rides the same bike as you and suddenly you're best friends for 8 years. And my mum met her best friend of 26 years in a Grace Brothers, which is really aging me. That's a store. TEDx Youth. They're regretting booking me. So this is a new song. I've never played this for anyone. And it's not exactly a comedy ha-ha song, but it is a song about that feeling of grieving that loss of spontaneous friendships. Waiting on an email that's not spam about some leggings from a company I don't remember buying leggings from. Is my social life a step that I've ripped half of time and time again? And the sticky residue that's left is all that I've got. Trying to reason with the social season. Times are hard, friends should be easy pickings. What with everybody fighting the same war. Pick the dates, push them backwards, take the pics to prove it happened. But the memories feel flattened. Wish I could remember how it felt before. How it felt before. Scrolling past Kim's wedding, then a baby, then another. Wondering, have we even spoken since that party in year 10? I saw Bobby's PhD, they wrote their thesis on philosophy. And would they even tell me since we met through friends of friends? Keeping up appearances once the in-person experience now turned to corporate labor no one pays us for. But if I fell into irrelevance, would a stranger ask me for the hell of it? To get coffee on a park bench. Wish I could remember how it felt before. How it felt before. I used to dream that I would meet a man in some pretentious basement jazz night jam, and we'd don only our good traits and then talk the whole night. And the joys in the discovery of his quirks, his likes, his wildest dreams, and the fact that he tells only me is the actual prize. We shed too much of ourselves and we talk too much on each other. My dream now turned a true crime tale for someone to record, where the cats that killed curiosity, the misery in company. Still I dream that man yet waits for me. Wish I could remember how it felt before. How it felt before. Pick the dates, push them backwards, take the pics to prove it happened. If I fell into irrelevance, just ask me for the head of it. The cats that killed curiosity, the misery in company. Still I dream that man yet waits for me. Wish I could remember how it felt before. Thank you so much, TEDx. You've been a really good crowd. Thanks.
The next train to arrive on platform 1 goes to City Circle via Town Hall, first stop.
So yeah, what'd you get up once the weekend anyway, mate?
Oh, mate? Oh, I just went down the local, mate, you know, just had a couple of drinks. Had a bit of a slam on the pokies too, eh, mate? Dead set, we got 200 fucking beers. Yeah, you want to know what she did next? You wouldn't believe that, mate. I'll tell you anyway. Right, was this guy
Alright, see you tomorrow, Greg. Yeah, Max, what can you get you?
Hey, boys, it's Jimmy! Jimmy! like every Friday for brunch. We're having the best muffins. I just can't believe the landlord kicked out lentils. I don't understand. Even if he owns the place, wouldn't he want some rent instead of no
That's enough money for a cold toilet. You think that, hey? I could feed having kids with this money. They're fucking the dude next to you, like, fucking X. Cunts! We fucking won. We're fucking rich. Oi, take a photo of me.
Yeah, I heard that he asked her to open up their relationship, and she like hesitantly said yes. And so he went off, and surprise, didn't get laid at all. And then on the other hand, she wasn't even trying to look, but she was having men fall over for her like left and right. And obviously he got super jealous, and he asked her to close the relationship back up, or he would break up with her. Could you pass me some toilet paper? So she chose to do. Oh my god! Hurry up! It's so bad.
Can I get 2 vodka waters with
Come on, Sam. It's bedtime. It's bedtime, Sam. You really flipped your fucking shit over. Oh, Sam.
Taxi.
I always feel like Newtown's changing. People who are long gone now would have different memories to the people that exist in this space now. Like, the street is constantly changing, except because of people, it changes so quickly.
Goes to
Anyway, all these places that make this community are closing down so quickly. Like, they're just so fucked, man, you know?
I have no clue what you're talking about. Let's get some kebabs on the way home though.
So thank you to the filmmakers of This Will Never Last. Our next speaker is an artist whose designs, textiles and runway shows infuse his queer Greek Australian lived experience with sustainability. Jordan Gogos describes his artwork as a play with materiality, where form evolves spontaneously and the outcome is often dictated by chance. Hence why he's wearing his TED Talk today. So if you see his shirt, it's scribbled with his actual talk. His artwork has been showed in the Art Gallery of New South Wales, the Powerhouse Museum and the National Gallery of Australia. Please join me in giving a very warm welcome to Jordan Gogos.
I'm an artist, I'm a designer, and all things in between. I'm obsessed with creating things, and I'm constantly trying to make sense of things that don't make sense. We all have a relationship with things and talk to things all the time. When we pick up a pen, that's us saying, perfect, you're useful for this. And we also have alternative dialogue with the things we reject. Sorry, texter, maybe next time. When you're wearing a knit and it's a little bit scratchy and you think, oh, why did I buy this? That's us having a conversation with the piece and responding. But the way we view things can also change and shift. As a kid, I grew up around lots of stuff. Some stuff I used regularly, while other stuff stayed in the same place for years. But what happens when you're not using something for its intended purpose? Does the definition of a thing have an expiry date? Is a toothbrush really a toothbrush if you're not brushing your teeth with it? These are the thoughts that made me first interested in what happens when you strip an object of its meaning. Oh, what is that? Thingamabob. A thingamabob is a human glitch. When you can't define something instantaneously, it's that initial dialogue with an object that confuses us. I've spent a lot of time thinking about thingamabobs and how they inform my practice, so much so that the slogan for my fashion brand is "For the Imaginative." When you design without a prescribed form, function, and purpose, you get to create your own meaning. Plain surfaces in ancient Greek design functioned as a bed, table, chair, and beyond. And an elevated slab of concrete was filled with infinite possibility. Interacting with this simplicity would allow for new design to be developed through mistakes, curiosities, and absurdness. Sorry, 1 minute. If you had ever seen my furniture before and thought how different it is from my fashion, you wouldn't be the first person. But as a matter of fact, there's a uniting principle underlying the two. By creating overly minimal furniture and super maximal fashion, I'm actually taking us away from the comfortable middle. Creating in this way might look a little strange or different, but as a matter of fact, you're able to create things that you never would have thought possible. This is my first object. I called it Tria. Tria is made of 4 equilateral triangles. iPhones have a search capability that allows for you to take photos of things like a table, and all the tables pop up. So to go against these principles, I would take photos of my mini prototypes almost like building one leg of a table at a time. If or so the software could identify my prototype as a traditional piece of furniture, such as a table, I'd go back a step and undo the design. Eventually, I realized that the software was generating anything as tables with a plain surface. So, as the final stage of the design, I introduced cutouts into the top. I wanted to hack the processes that assign definition to a piece to create unclassifiable matter. Creating in this way was a great way of deprogramming my brain. In a world where everything has definition, undoing the definition of things allowed for me to create new meaning. Tria never stays a thingamabob. It lives in a limbo until the user assigns it meaning, meaning you get to fill things out and you get to create something new. Tria, to my camera roll, is a thingamabob, but it's also a table and a sculpture piece, meaning a table can now look and function differently. Thingamabobs also allow for sustainable thought. In the fashion industry, everything has minimum order quantities, meaning you're going to end up with waste. How do you deprogram your brain to see excess material outside of its initial intended purpose? This year, I drove to the archive of iconic artist and designer Linda Jackson. In rummaging through our archive, I found a box of thousands of tags that were 42 years old. They were too cute and shiny to keep hidden, so I took them back to the studio and began stitching them together. The moment 2 tags were stitched, they were no longer a tag. They were a thingamabob. And the piece grew big and voluminous until its found resource had ended, turning a once-defined tag into a functional runway piece shown at Australian Fashion Week 42 years later. Thingamabobs also allow for us to create new value. Objects hold the value that we assign to it. As a kid, I grew up to the kufeta that sat on my family's mantelpiece all these years. Kufeta are ceremonially gifted at Greek weddings and are white, sugar-coated almonds wrapped in decorative tulle. I wanted to give the kufeta or bomboniera new context and meaning that held significance and value to me. So I unraveled the tulles into a big pile of thingamabobs. Eventually, I compressed them into tulles. I compressed the tulles and the big pile of thingamabobs into an artwork called kufeta. Kufeta now exists as an artwork in a gallery and converts a once domestic object into something with new cultural significance. So thingamabobs don't have to be physical objects either. They can be ideas we've learnt throughout our lives. As a kid, I grew up to the story of the Trojan horse through Greek mythology. The Trojan horse symbolizes to have breakthroughs, to take down established meanings. I turned everything into the Trojan horse, from set designs, runways, collaborations, and even made it my brand's logo. In turning something that already had its own meaning, and something I knew so well, into a thingamabob, the Trojan horse became a perfect way of summing up what I do and what my work represents. Sometimes the ideas we're looking for are something that's right in front of you. You just have to see and look at it differently. When I first started creating, I wanted to create things with endless possibility. In a world where everything has a definition, thingamabobs gave me a chance to create new meaning. When you next have a glitch, I urge you to think thingamabob. When you next make something, call it a thingamabob and let it be anything. Say and think thingamabob instead. You never know where it will lead you. Thank you. Is it okay?
Awesome. Thanks so much, Jordan. I just want to buy all of those Maximalist clothes and wear them next year. So a lot of people ask us post the event how we choose these amazing speakers. And it's not just me in my room stalking Instagram. I do that in my own time, it's fine. It's actually a group of incredible young curators. So for TEDx Youth, we have about 10 young curators who go out and contact and search and help train these amazing speakers you see on the stage. The program really could not be possible without them, so I do want to give them a big round of applause for all their work. To give them a little bit of a rest now, we're going to put you in the curatorial seat for our next section, which is our Fast Ideas section. So I'm about to bring out 3 young people who have 90 seconds on the clock to pitch you their TEDxSydney talk. All right, let's bring them out. Hello. So I'm going to start by asking you to introduce your name and the title of your talk.
Hi everyone, I'm Mahir, and my title of my talk is Writing for the Real World Should Start in Schools.
Awesome.
Hi, I'm Mia, and I'll be talking about how we should have youth representation in Parliament.
Hi everyone, I'm Izu, and I'll be talking about forging a better future.
Interesting. Okay. So as I said, they'll have 90 seconds. When the 90 seconds is up, they'll be rocketed off the stage, and we'll never see them again. So, joking, that won't happen. Let's jump into it. And as always, please give them a big round of applause at the end of their 90 seconds. All right.
I hated writing. So much so that my mum did something she would never do before. She paid for an app just to teach me how to form sentences, which I never opened. Sorry, I will pay you back, Mum. But something changed. I left the walls of high school and I started writing for the real world. And I really liked it. I mean, somehow, in the past 8 months, I went from being bullied to public speaking, failing creative writing to starting a blog, volunteering with Channel 7 and the City of Sydney Council, writing this very speech, which I only share with you because writing for these opportunities had one extra thing in common, which your high school English essays don't. And it's not that I'm just telling stories, but selling them without the use of ChatGPT. This allowed for a greater connection, a deeper connection by writing for my audience and showing my skills through transforming everyday experiences into captivating stories that hold attention and drive action. The problem is, though, right now, secondary schools, students are struggling with writing, with 3 in 4 students using AI for their schoolwork. Now, don't get me wrong, it kills their storytelling potential, but AI is an incredible tool. In fact, last night I asked ChatGPT what it thought writing for the real world meant, and it told me this. It told me it focuses on creating content focusing on real-life experiences, challenges, and solutions. The ironic part, real-life experiences, it can never give you that. Only you can. As much as we like to use AI for writing, using it as a tool in our back pocket is to enhance your work is where I think the magic happens, as only you can sell your authentic stories. Because remember, ChatGPT can never replace the way you write a birthday card to your mom or your dad. Thank you.
Awesome.
Youth, the leaders of tomorrow and the visionaries of today. Our world is rapidly changing. being faced with issues and challenges that previous generations could not even imagine. To overcome these challenges, we need fresh perspectives from brilliant minds. Who better to contribute to these solutions than the very generation that will inherit the future? Australian young people have such incredible ideas and opportunities that deserve to be heard in positions of parliament. Youth should have the opportunity to apply for and be selected as a voice of youth in parliament. To avoid disrupting their education, this opportunity would be available to postgraduate students up to 21 years of age. Australian young people have an infectious energy and sense of creativity, which is able to be applied to issues that youth are the primary focus of, like education and climate change. We understand the challenges and opportunities that come with growing up in the 21st century and have so many ideas on how to shape a better future. Our parents are constantly reminding us how things aren't like they were back in my day. And they are right. So many things have changed since the last century. So it is time that these changes are reflected in Parliament. We are the voices of the future. So it is time that there is a control shift in positions of power. Youth, the leaders of tomorrow.
Very good.
I was working at event cinemas during the Black Summer bushfires. My co-workers received a text to evacuate their homes at once. Because this happened with people 2 suburbs away from me, I fear that we are the generation who loses friends and family to climate change. So my friends and I gathered in the living room to write letters to MPs. We wanted to elevate the conversation on climate to a level that all politicians cannot ignore. We've since grown into a community of 200 people called Climate Writers who meet every month. Here's what I've learned from writing over 400 personalised emails to MPs. Number 1, you can push for policy wins. Emails have led to meetings, have led to successes, like the legislation of our federal emissions reductions target and the banning of native forest logging in Victoria. Number 2, you can amplify marginalised voices. My friend met with his Liverpool councillor to talk about things specific to his community. Things like the urban heat island effect, whereby Western Sydney faces higher temperatures because it's further away from the coast, and things like having multicultural communications during climate disasters. Thirdly, you can transform climate anxiety into hope. What I realised is that by sharing stories and writing letters together, I was no longer trapped in that bubble of doom and gloom, but felt inspired by people from Climate Writers. Our parliament isn't diverse, so it's important to go beyond voting to actually telling politicians about our hopes and lived experiences to forge a better future.
You can hold on to that. Well, if anyone is from Parliament here, please find these people and hire them all. They're amazing. As you can see, our job is really, really hard. We get pictures like this all the time. They're incredible, and they're often the starting point for a talk. So many students here today, if you have your own idea, write it down, write 90 seconds as a starting point. And you can also head to the University of Sydney area in the courtyard at lunch and pitch your idea for the future to win a prize from USyd. Let's give these guys another round of applause. Thank you. All right, we have one more speaker before we break for lunch. She is the CEO and Chief Executive Officer of news commentary platform Cheek Media Co. She is the she's the podcast host of the podcast Big Small Talk, and she's the author of the best-selling book Bite Back. She also has another book coming out, I hear, in November called Taboo. I'm a big fangirl, and she is an absolute legend. Please welcome, of course, Hannah Ferguson.
Feminism has gone too far. That's the opening message I received from a man on a dating app last year. He's not an outlier. I believe so many of you in the crowd will be able to attest that that is a common experience on both social media in the comments section and on multiple dating apps at the moment. But the fact that he's not an outlier is a really important point to be making, because this is just a simple example through a range of messages I've received over the last 12 months, including, does that mean I get to hit you then? Do you want to be conscripted for war as well? You can pay on the date. Or my personal favourite, and I wouldn't describe it as a favourite, but it really takes out the top spot. Don't worry, I wouldn't even bother to sexually assault you. You're too ugly. In my work on social media and desperately trying to meet someone progressive on a dating app, I have experienced this so many times. This is just a small sample. But I think the thing that we need to understand is that these men are not incels or extremists. They're everyday guys, and that is the scariest thing about them. These people don't dwell in their mother's basement, they don't hide in dark alleyways. They're your new connection on LinkedIn. They're the guy that takes out they're the guy that takes out your bin when you're on holidays, your neighbour. They're the guy that you went to the pub with last Christmas when you went to your small town. The thing about these men who hold these dangerous misogynistic ideas is that they're not an idea at all. They're not a concept, they're not a theory. They are a population. The thing about these widespread misogynistic and anti-feminist views is that they're dangerous and that they're widespread, but they are purported by a powerful few who benefit and profit from the degradation of women. What we need to understand is that feminism has been framed as a women's issue and an issue for minorities to solve. And it's not that. That's a falsehood. We need to reclaim the conversation, and we need to invite men in, not to be allies or enemies. That's a false binary, but to engage in the conversation and identify with women, and to challenge these conversations, this rhetoric we're hearing over and over again. The mainstream media and right-wing politicians have made it so that feminist is one of the worst words a woman can identify as. And it's important that we reframe that narrative. I want to start by saying that men's violence against women has been so normalised within our society that we treat it like an environmental hazard for women to that we treat it like an environmental hazard for women to avoid. We curb our behaviour, our dress, our language, our attitudes to fit this. We need to name it what it actually is: a crime that's been committed against us, a breach of our human rights, an offence. What I want to start with is identifying the gap, the chasm that's evolved and emerged between young men and young women in the last 6 years alone. Gallup data from the US shows that women and men aged 18 to 30 are 30% different in their ideological views, with young women identifying as 30% more left-leaning than their male counterparts. This chasm, again, has opened up in less than a decade. And this isn't just something that's occurring in the US, it's something that's globally happening in Tunisia, China, South Korea, the UK, and Germany. Studies similar to this with varying results have all shown that a gap is emerging between young people. Now, it's no different in Australia. It's no different closer to home. We know that Australian men hold some of the most misogynistic views in the Western world. 2022 data from the Global Institute for Women's Leadership shows that Australian men were the second highest cohort surveyed that agreed with the statement, gender inequality doesn't really exist. We came second to Saudi Arabia. I think the thing that we need to focus on here is how the right-wing media, the mainstream media, which is the right-wing media in my opinion, Rupert Murdoch, and our political landscape empowers men to hate women and calls out, oppresses and silences women who challenge that narrative. The first thing I believe that is the solution is reclaiming the language of feminism. We need to understand that the word feminist just means equality. It just means I believe in the equality of all people. We need to see and understand that while men are the oppressor under a system of patriarchy, they are also harmed by it too. So today, this is an invitation that I am extending to men to walk with us. You are not an ally or an enemy. You are part of this movement and you are welcome in it. The thing I want to remind us of is that often men use mental health crises and violence committed against men as a rebuttal to feminism. But the thing I want us to remember is while men are the biggest perpetrators of violence, they are the most likely to be a victim of it. Men in a UK study were found to be 230 times more likely to be raped than to be falsely accused of rape. But what does the media have you believe is the biggest threat to you right now? This is a conversation we must be having, and we need to get comfortable identifying under the word feminist, because if you don't align with that word, that means that you believe in a hierarchy of humanity. So it's incredibly important that we question that when someone is willing to distance, to isolate, or exclude themselves from that label. What does that mean you believe if you're not a feminist? The second thing that I believe is incredibly important to discuss is what the role of men in the feminist movement is. I think a lot of the time men see it as holding up a sign at a protest or sharing a photo on International Women's Day. But from my perspective and where I stand, that's not the biggest issue. What I want to say to men today, warmly and welcoming, is how do you show up in your life when no women are around to gratify you for your behaviour? What I mean by that is, when a rape joke is made in your group chat, when your friend shows a nude that when your friend shows a nude of his partner to you, what do you say to him? When a male friend of yours comes to you with a mental health crisis, how do you respond and how do you support them? I am far more interested in how men show up in their personal lives than how they actually show up to pretend for women. And I know it's not always pretending, but I know from personal experience that some of the men that wave this flag the loudest are the ones behind closed doors who can often behave the worst. And so the question I always want to ask is, how are you showing up in your partnerships? How are you planning for the future? And who are you in your relationships when no one's around to give you the compliments for sharing that infographic or turning up to that rally? Finally, I want to ask about how we're having conversation and how we engage in education. Are we open to new ideas? I am not someone who's ever going to judge a man for their past behaviour if they have a willingness to learn, if they are able to acknowledge the past, to want to get on board and to move forward together. Our social media algorithms have left us more siloed and divided than ever before. And I believe that social media must be regulated, that big tech must be regulated, and that we need to have an ongoing conversation about the failure of our institutions to dismantle a system of patriarchy. But from my perspective, that doesn't help us at an individual level. What helps us is conversation and education. The internet, our algorithms want us to hate each other. They profit from it. And so my question always is, how are we going to fix that through open conversation that's respectful dialogue? I want to ask everyone in this room, if you're questioning your label and your relationship with the word feminism, because I understand I have in high school a lot of the time too. I used to think it was a gendered word and that it meant I was a man-hating woman who wanted to destroy society. But if we take 3 steps back from what Rupert Murdoch wants us to believe, if we take 3 steps back from what Andrew Tate or Jordan Peterson profit from through your algorithms, I want to ask why you're so scared of that word, which just means that you believe every single person is a human and that you have a fundamental respect for that equality. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Hannah. Before we head off to lunch, I want to give a big thank you to everyone that's helped create this event. It really does take a village to put something like this together, and we couldn't have done it with all of our partners across the board. So starting with our presenting partner, the University of Sydney. For over a decade, the University of Sydney and TEDxSydney have partnered to bring talented and visionary thinkers together to change attitudes, life, and the world for good. Our venue partner, the lovely Riverside Parramatta. Our major partner, City of Parramatta and Sydney Morning Herald. Our event partners, Lendlease, Adobe, Mark Lawyers, and Palm. Our creative and production partners, which make everything look so beautiful. The Bean Group, Innovative Production Services, The Milk Bar, and Alltech. This year, TEDxSydney also received funding from Creative Australia through the Australian Cultural Fund. This funding was generously supported by the Salam Foundation, who supports organisations and community groups through their grassroots initiatives, believing that strong, inclusive communities are the foundation for positive change. We'd also like to thank all of our other partners who have helped make today an incredible success. The Commons, Count, Joma Blue, The Little Marionette, Alkaline, and Documentary Australia and their Environmental Accelerator program. Let's give them all a huge round of applause. If you have purchased lunch for today, you can grab it in the courtyard area from Oz Harvest. And thank you so much for being a wonderful audience. We have a very exciting second half, so we'll see you then.
Maloelele. My name is Neda Taha, and I am a dancer, actor, and director of Tongan and Iraqi heritage. From a young age, I was captivated by the power of performance, with dance being my first love. In high school, I spent countless hours watching videos of dance crews, hoping to join the world's best on the international stage someday. So when my friend told me there were auditions for a hip-hop crew called the Pioneers, I knew I had to go. I was 14, had never caught the train or been out past 5 p.m. on my own, but I knew I had to take that chance. That night, I auditioned and got in, and it changed my life forever. The Pioneers quickly became my family. We didn't have the luxuries of paid lessons or professional dance studios, but we made do with what the community offered. We trained relentlessly at Street University, Liverpool, practiced in library windows when space was tight, and took refuge in car parks whenever it rained. The arts can change lives, but access is crucial. We stood firm, and the waves of challenges broke before us. Despite the obstacles, our perseverance brought us some incredible opportunities. We found ourselves representing Australia in Las Vegas at the Hip Hop International Dance Competition, the same competition I used to watch in high school, dreaming of once being on that stage. From that point, the Pioneers achieved gold nationally and silver internationally at the World Supremacy Battlegrounds. And just this year, we premiered our dance theatre show, The Pioneers, at Customs House in Circular Quay. From practicing in car parks to performing on incredible stages, we've made some incredible memories and experiences. And the Pioneers have opened doors beyond dance for me. My experience in the crew led to my first acting opportunity. That role turned into a season at the Sydney Opera House and a Helpman Award nomination. Through that, I learned of my deep love for theatre, and I was able to thrive in both worlds. But in thriving in both those worlds, I also realised that I had neglected an integral part of my identity. I had never been confident in my understanding of the Tongan culture. I knew that I would never be able to thrive without watering my roots first. So I reached out to my community. I joined a Tongan language and dance school. And since venturing into my Tongan culture, I've gone on to do some amazing things, like represent Tonga in Dubai at the World Expo 2020. Being here at TEDx today is a testament to what can happen when you stand firm and take a chance on yourself. Taking that first step with the Pioneers showed me that I had a community who believed in me and spaces that harbored my dreams. So whatever you're calling, be it art, sports, science, or something else, stand firm in your pursuit. Even when the path isn't clear, there are always ways for you to follow what you love. Holo be tu'u he koe ngalu e whasi. Stand firm and the waves will break. If you dare to follow your dreams, you may just find yourself on stages you once only dreamed of. And now, 10 years into our legacy, the Pioneers here today has our next generation of dancers, our youngest being only 12 years old. Now, I'm sure you guys have heard a lot of talks today, but do you guys want to see some dancing? Yeah? You guys want to see some dancing? Let's give it up. All right, my name is Netta Taha, and this is the Pioneers.
Like, spot the difference.
Ride the highway, ride the bus. Walk my house, look like I'm in place. Walk in the strip, she gon' make it buzz. I do damage, can't stand it. Psycho bandit, like it's Marilyn Manson. Got the cash advancing, get the Sprite and enhance it. Pull the walk out the pantry, take a sip and I'm dancing. She bop like a pan B, she lit like a candle. Boot it up in the car seat, hold it up for ransom. Want her back, better call me. It's whatever I'm deep, buy the punch at the party. Ride the hallway, ride the bus.
in the net, girl. Up in the net, girl. Up in the net, girl. Up in the net, nefty, nefty.
The next level. Go.
Old tight test them up, I know she need the boss. Old tight test them up, I know she need the boss. Just watch how we do it. Just watch how we do it. Just watch how we do it. No say this style and pattern so neat. Yeah, me are the boss in the street. Them have to know me run things, that's how we do it. Them have to know me run things, that's how we do it. When I watch them, what them I love free. Why them I love free. Cash money in my mind, you wanna own me. Flash from me head to my feet. Plenty of style, ever so fresh, so clean. Ever so fresh, so clean. That's what I got for them, want intimate. None of them can bar with me, them I get that way, so them try war way. Them not ready for me team. Them why they not ready for my team. We can turn fishes up on them white old. No say this style and pattern so neat. Ladies, them I love this style, not white. It doesn't know me wicked and why wicked with this style. No, say me be versatile, that's why them I come try flex like I. No, me no like them. If I why vex me, they gonna untie them, fight them. Man I get light, and me never ignite them. Man I get light, and me never ignite them. Realist, we recognize me, the real will feel this one. The deepest, but the haters born like they not feel this one. You can't be a shot offensive, wicked and me why like that. None of them are bad like that. All of it.
You got the juice right now. You got the juice right now. Pull up on you right now. Pull up on you right now. Can you hear me, girl? Give me all that. Give me some more. Don't be stingy, girl. You know what I came for. Down low, don't stop. I'm actually talk one time, rude boy, blood clot. That boom boom gotta take my heart. You make it easy to make it because you're playing with my heart. She don't usually do these things for anybody. She know how to play those games with nobody. She don't even know my name, and she know that I feel the same. Oh, you got the juice right now.
Hi everyone, I'm Nat. I'm one of the head curators here at TEDx. Can we get another round of applause for the pioneers, Anetta? Reagan could never. Every time I see an amazing dance troupe, I'm always reminded about how bad I am at dancing. I think I'd be truly unstoppable if I could twerk. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming back from lunch. Thank you to everybody who helped contribute their ideas to redefine the future with our presenting partner, the University of Sydney. They're presenting 3 people with their prize pack, which is a hoodie. I have one of those. They're very comfortable. And a Lego set of the quad. So the winners are Clinton Chow, Emily... Emily Paul and Christopher Moran. You guys can get those while you exit. I'd be super excited. The hoodies are amazing. They'll be wearing the University of Sydney shirts. So welcome back to session 2. So excited to have you. I'm actually so thrilled to announce our next speaker. You probably already know her from Netflix's Heartbreak High as Quinny. Chloe Hayden is an award-winning activist, award-winning actor. Oh my goodness. Look, I'm not even doing a TED Talk and it's all filling up. Award-winning actress, author, and speaker. She is an absolute powerhouse. Sometimes we get speakers and they have maybe 2 or 3 ideas to come in, but Chloe had about 15. I'm so excited about the talk. It's really, really special. So can you please give her a very warm welcome, Chloe Hayden.
When I say autism, what's the first thing that comes to your head? For many of us, it will be what Hollywood, what news articles, and what stereotyped ideologies have taught us. We think of Sheldon Cooper, we think of Rain Man, we think of What's Eating Gilbert Grape. Maybe, for you guys, more recently, we think of Manic Pixie Dream Girl autism. We think of TikTok autism. We think of Quinny from Heartbreak High autism. We see autism through a lens that has falsely been taught to us, rather than viewing it for what it really is. Growing up, I was so confident that I had crash landed on this planet from my own alien planet. I know from as young as 4 that I wasn't like the kids around me. I knew it when at kindergarten I would be hanging out with birds and snails while watching the other kids talk to each other, wondering how they made it look so easy. I knew it when I would hold my mum's hand a little bit tighter when someone my age would walk past me, already painfully aware of a neurotype that I didn't have. I knew it when I would read books and watch movies and never once see a character that I could relate to. Instead, finding peace in fantasy characters who also didn't fit into the world around them. Similar to how others knew that I was different, I did too. Still, at the age of 27, I don't know what it is that actually made me so different, and I don't know why my peers clung to that difference so deeply either. Maybe this little box of normality that all of us have been taught that we have to mold ourselves to fit inside starts far younger than what we believe. That it's societally conditioned into us to be normal, to behave, to be like everyone else, far before it starts showing its claws and its talons. When I was 13, I was diagnosed with autism. And because of the stereotypes that I have heard about autism, I knew my brain to be wrong, to be broken, and to be cursed. A lot of my peers thought the same. When I told my best friends that I was autistic, she looked at me with fear in her eyes, took a big step back from me, and said, "Can I catch it?" My other best friend, a friend of 6 years, the longest I have ever had a relationship, by the way, sent me a text. "Hey, we can't be friends anymore. People are probably going to tease me because I'm friends with someone that's autistic." Because of the fear that we have on autism, I have lost countless massive acting opportunities, casting directors and producers specifically telling me it was because of autism. When I was 16, I decided I was going to start a blog because the story that I was being told wasn't the story that I was going to live. I also have ADHD. I'm stubborn as hell, and I was not going to let that story define me. I also knew that I wasn't that special. If I had crash landed on an alien planet, surely there was other people on that rocket ship with me. In 2022, I made history as becoming Australia's first ever openly autistic actress. My character Quinny in Heartbreak High made history in her own right as being one of the first ever autistic characters to actually be played by an autistic person. I find this really interesting because you guys are clapping and it is incredibly exciting, but doesn't it also make you feel a little bit sick that it's 2024 and only 2 years ago we got some of the first correct representation? How come correct autism representation is seen as so inspiring, is seen as so history-making, is seen as so groundbreaking? Quinny was history-making. I know for a fact if I had Quinny when I was a teenager, my entire life would have been different. And I've received thousands of messages from autistic people saying that they got their diagnosis because of her, and thousands more messages from people that have said that they now understand their students, their peers, their children better because of Quinny. Quinny has undoubtedly shaped our perception of autism. But I do think it's really important to note that Quinny was so well received because she's palatable. Quinny is, for better or worse, a variant of manic pixie dream girl autism. She is real and she is authentic, and I pride myself on that. But she's cute and she's quirky and she's funny and warm and likable and relatable, and most importantly, she's high functioning. For those who don't know about functioning labels have historically, stereotypically been used in order to associate one group of autistic people over here as being less autistic, as having less support needs, as therefore being high functioning, and another group of autistic people over here on the spectrum as being more autistic, as having higher support needs, as being low functioning. We need to see functioning labels for what they really are. How capable is this person of blending in with the rest of us normal people? And in turn, how capable is this person of producing capitalistic value? Because this is the real reason why we use functioning labels, to determine a person's economic worth. We live in an incredibly capitalistic society where for every single one of us, our worth and our value is heavily dependent on what we do, what we achieve, what we make, and what we contribute. Autistic people who are unable to be a productive cog in this capitalistic machine are seen as less than and given the label of low functioning. An autistic person's level of functioning is going to fluctuate throughout their day, throughout their week, throughout their life, because of an abundance of circumstances. You see me standing on this stage today. I'm wearing a bright outfit and colourful makeup, speaking a pre-written script in front of all of you. Today, I am high functioning. Tomorrow, there is a high chance I will not be able to speak at all. My husband is going to have to dress me, feed me, shower me, and be my complete caretaker. Tomorrow, I am low functioning. Functioning labels, as we know them, do not exist. The autism spectrum is not a linear spectrum in which one end is a little bit autistic and the other end is a lot autistic. It is more so a colour wheel, a colour spectrum of autism. If you are autistic, and only if you are autistic, comments of, oh, but everyone's a little bit autistic are not welcome here, you can happily leave, then you are on this colour wheel. Your hex code of autism represents your strengths, your struggles, your likes and dislikes, your habitat, where you are in your life at the moment, and how society perceives you, amongst a million other factors. Just as no colour is more or less than another colour, no autism is more or less than another autism. So, how do we start to unlearn what we know and relearn what we need to know? The answer is embarrassingly simple. Listen to autistic people. For so long, we haven't been heard. We haven't had voices. Our voices have been silenced and shut down and cast out. We cannot afford to do this anymore. We need to see the voices so we can be. We need to see autistic people in media. We need to see them on TV shows, in movies. We need to see them in leading roles. We need to see them giving TED Talks. We need to see autistic people behind the cameras. We need to see them as directors, in writers' rooms, as teachers, as doctors, as politicians in positions of power, because autistic people are good as hell at doing that. We need to make sure that we are seeing BIPOC autistic people. We need to make sure that we are seeing high support needs autistic people. We need to make sure that we are seeing non-speaking autistic people and every other minority group of the hex codes of autism that are not currently being represented in all of these positions too, so that it isn't just Sheldon Cooper and Manic Pixie Dream Girl autism that we grow comfortable with, but all hex codes of autism. Because I'm tired of being the first. I don't want to be the first. I don't want to have to be history making. I don't want to have to be the representation. Have you guys noticed that we never ever hear the phrase straight white man representation? Being the representation is tiring. It is responsibility inducing. It means that I am constantly up for public debate. It means that people tune into my social media and they either see themselves or they think it is fake and false. It means that I am either sent messages of appreciation or daily death threats. It means that I am constantly too autistic or not autistic enough. It means that my support needs are constantly up for a public debate that I was not included in, despite no one having any clue what happens to me the second I get off this stage. The thing with TED Talks and with movies is that if I stuff up in a movie, I get a second shot. Give me 1 second. Contrary to what people may think of me, an autistic person who is known for being an autistic actor, mainly doing autistic roles, who is an autistic advocate for autism, I don't really want to be the advocate for autism. And I certainly do not want to be labelled depending on how valuable I am to society. I just want to be. If you are autistic and you are in this room today, I need you to know that you hold so much worth and so much value exactly as you are. I also think it's important for you guys to know, as a side note, that whatever it is that you are studying, whatever career it is that you want to go into, I want you to have a research at the top people in that career. I promise you they're autistic. But with that in mind, it is also okay to just be. If you are not autistic and you're in this room today, I'm assigning you an incredibly important job to do. No fairy tale can end without a happily ever after. And no happily ever after can begin without a sidekick. Be our sidekicks. Raise our voices, share our stories, use the privilege that you have. Because I don't want there to be a need for representation anymore. I want to see all hex codes of autism represented so constantly and so normally that it simply just is. Because it is not representation when it is the expectation. Thank you.
So I was talking to a friend about how amazing our lineup was today. We can have a round of applause for that, thank you. Thanks. And he was saying, yes, it's amazing, but I can't believe you got Sharif. Sharif Mahendran is best known for his YouTube channel, Building Beautifully, where he makes videos about planning, housing, and public transport. I watched his most recent video about the Sydney Metro, and I can say I highly recommend. His videos are so engaging and insightful. It's so clear the passion he brings to it. What I'm actually trying to say that is it's very easy to be a big fan of Sharif. So please give him an incredibly warm welcome, Sharif Mahendran.
My family drive everywhere. They have for pretty much my entire life. I enjoyed the classic Australian suburban upbringing, being driven to and from school pretty much every day of my childhood. I can count on one hand the number of times I caught the train before the age of 16. We just drove everywhere. I never really questioned this. I simply assumed that catching the bus or train was what you did if you couldn't afford a car or you couldn't drive. 91% of Australian households own at least one car, and 55% own at least two. Now, there are clear advantages to owning a car. You don't have to spend ages waiting, getting squished onto public transport, spending up to twice as long commuting from A to B. Cars allow you to drive wherever you want, whenever you want, in your own private space. Cars are a status symbol. They represent freedom. The desire to drive is so heavily ingrained in the Australian psyche that we're somewhat blind to its downsides. Obviously, there's the pollution. Then there's the sheer expense of driving. It costs the average Australian household $435 a week to drive. Most tragic of all, however, is the death. In 2023, 1,266 Australians tragically lost their lives on Australian roads. We don't truly grasp that each of these deaths isn't just a number. They are a real human being who had their entire life snatched away from them in an instant. And yet, without fail, each time one of these deaths is reported in the media, without fail, we just accept it. It almost feels inevitable. The ability to excuse all these downsides of driving as merely a fact of life is known as motonormativity. And we as a nation have done our very best to lock ourselves into a motonormative world. Our houses are large, our cities are huge, everything is spread so far apart, which pretty much gives us all no option but to drive everywhere. The ingrained motonormativity that I've just described pretty much keeps us all in our cars and away from public transport systems that are largely incompatible with urban sprawl. So city planners continue designing cities for cars, which keeps people in their cars, and the cycle continues. Meanwhile, negativity bias ensures that when we think of public transport, we think of delays and inconvenience. Sure, maybe driving is easier in Australia, but that's only because we've deliberately made driving easier. Because of all this, urban sprawl has consumed pretty much every corner of Australia. I'll always be grateful for my childhood, but growing up in a large house far from the local train station meant I pretty much had no choice but to rely on my parents to get me anywhere. There was never anything to do in my neighborhood because to get to the good stuff, you'd have to drive. That all meant barely seeing my friends outside of school and not having a particularly social childhood. For children, the elderly, and those who cannot drive, cars don't equal freedom. So, public transport, buses, trains, metros, trams, and ferries all exist in some form in every large Australian city. It moves people much more efficiently, moving far more people per square metre than by car. Because using public transport involves a lot more walking, it also leads to substantially better health outcomes. In Sydney, at least, because of the Opal travel cap, you'll never spend more than $50 a week using public transport. It also offers you a lot more flexibility. You don't have to stress about finding parking, and you can actually do stuff while moving from A to B. Heck, I actually wrote a lot of this speech while I was on the train. But you know what? Let's hand it over to you guys, the audience. So this is a serious question. Put up your hand if you took the bus or the train or any other form of public transport here today. Okay, I was prepared for this. That's a very good number. Very happy to see that. I'm convinced you guys are the outliers. Well done. Because trust me, when it comes to a lot of these things, people drive. And let's be completely fair. If Australia's public transport systems were as efficient, reliable, frequent, fast, and just outright impressive as the public transport system in, say, Singapore, I bet pretty much everyone in this audience would have put up their hand. 7 in 10 Singaporeans live just a 10-minute walk from the local MRT station. That's pretty impressive for a country with less train stations than Sydney, despite having the same population. So, what is Singapore's secret? Transit-oriented development. Singapore has spent decades building up into the sky, largely due to being such a land-scarce nation. But crucially, this has allowed them to concentrate their populations around MRT stations. Logically, a station with, say, 10,000 residents located within a 10-minute walk will be able to run services more frequently than one with, say, only 500 people. Consequently, Singapore has been able to construct an MRT network that runs services much more frequently than the average Sydney train line, and services far more people. It runs more reliably, because when more than half the country relies on it every single day, it needs to be reliable. All my Singaporean relatives primarily get around the island by public transport, and that includes my 85-year-old grandma, because they can. Town centres in Singapore are alive and bustling with hawkers, shops, and parks, because there's always people near them. Australian cities cannot hope to achieve this level of connectivity without making some sacrifices. Suburbs with a low-density population will always be somewhat incompatible with bustling town centres. But this correlation isn't immediately clear to most, and it is a difficult pill for Australians to swallow. Decades of the Australian dream have subconsciously taught us that living in an apartment or townhouse is innately inferior to living in a house, founded upon fears of noise, overcrowding, a loss of privacy, and a general prejudice against tall buildings. This is frankly at odds with everything that I've seen. Some of the best parts of our cities, like Chatswood and like Parramatta, are those with great public transport, with well-designed density, with vibrant communities, and that's no coincidence. Imagine being able to step out of your home and walk to the local train station, the grocery store, the shops, and more, all within just minutes. These places are life-changing for those who cannot drive. With everyone living much closer together, it's suddenly much easier to see your friends and family. Where cars push people further apart, public transport brings us all closer together. The good news is that our behaviours are changing. Millennials and Zoomers account for 62% of all public transport patronage in Australia, despite only being 39% of the population. Many young Australians like myself, who grew up in car-dependent suburbia, are seeking a different, better future. We want to start building our cities around public transport again. We want to shift a culture that has viewed driving as the ideal for generations. So, the next time you're going somewhere, consider taking public transport. At least give it a chance. It may genuinely surprise you. Or maybe it'll still have some way to go. Rome wasn't built in a day, and neither was the Sydney Metro. But this should be the future that we want for Australia. Because this isn't just about the way that we move. It's about the way that we live.
Big fan. You guys are too now, right? Our next film is an episode from Stay Tuned to Our Planet, a 28-episode series a climate action series for young people, which gives insights and tips on how to positively engage with our Earth and reduce climate anxiety, something that I have a lot of. After the film, we'll be hearing from the filmmaker Matthew McKenna, who'll be talking more about the series. Just jumping ahead, our speaker after the film and filmmaker covers topics about sexual abuse and rape. If you would like to step out during that talk, please feel free to do so over the next 10 minutes. But before that, please enjoy the film Stay Tuned to Our Planet, Plastic Free Sophie. Thank you.
Hey guys, environmental problems require change. Change in how we operate as a society. And for that, we need governments to choose to prioritize those changes. Decisions are being made that impact people under the age of 18 who can't vote. The truth is, politics is boring. And a lot of it is overly complicated. An Australian poll suggested that only 15% of people were following events in Canberra closely. And another survey said that more than half of Australians couldn't name a political achievement or even a politician that had a positive impact in 2020. How do we get our needs to be important to those who are in power? Let's speak to Sophia, aka Plastic Free Sophia, who at the age of 14 was instrumental in banning lightweight plastic bags, collecting over 12,000 signatures and presenting the petition to the New South Wales Premier. This, among other pressures, led to the successful implementation of the New South Wales Plastics Action Plan in 2021. And by 2023, all states and territories banned lightweight plastic bags. Now she enacts change through her grassroots activism. Hi, Sophia. Everything that you've done is so inspiring.
Hey, Matt. Thanks for having me on here.
I even get nervous thinking about like how I would go about starting something like that. So can anyone just start a petition? You know, is there a process involved?
Yes. Anybody can create and sign a petition as long as they're a resident or a citizen of Australia. If you want to start a petition, it's really simple. You just go to your partner website for the state that you're living in, and there are key instructions. They have it step by step on how to create one. 6,000 of my 12,000 signatures were from school students. The rest were from the public, like going to movie screenings, going to local farmers markets, going to shops. And all of this led to my petition being tabled in New South Wales Parliament for a discussion.
That's incredible. For someone who might not know, what exactly does tabled mean?
So tabled means when a petition is presented to the Parliament. So your local member speaks about the petition and they go back and forth discussing it, and hopefully it would lead to policy change, or a bill at least.
Petitions around the world have made huge changes. 14-year-old Angelina Popovsky started a petition asking Aldi Australia to stop selling eggs from caged chickens. After more than 97,000 people signed it, Aldi committed to pulling caged eggs from their shelves across the country by 2025. Did you know much about policy change when you got started?
No. And to be honest, I'm studying social political science and I still don't really understand the political landscape that much. But you have to start somewhere and you learn things along the way. I started when I was 14 years old. And at the time, I was just your average student. I played sport, I got okay marks. But then my school presented me with an opportunity. It was a personal project. And this allowed me to have free reign on whatever I wanted to do. I just had a passion and I wanted to see single-use plastic bags being banned. And through the petition, I used my voice to raise my concerns about the future generation and plastic pollution. And look at where we are.
Right now, you might be at an age where you can't vote or you're not represented in government. But here's the good news. Young people between the ages of 15 and 25 constitute a fifth of the world's population. So our time is coming. And the government knows this. Is it important to know about politics, do you think?
Honestly, it can be really difficult to find top-level, simple information. However, it's important that everybody stays well-informed with politics because it's what makes the laws that govern our society. For me, the simplest thing is just being an active member of your community. Joining in political discussion is important with your peers, teachers, and family members. Also, attending events. And you can see what's happening around you by following your local MP as well on social media.
So a bunch of our viewers are, under the age of 18. They're not able to vote. So if you can't vote, what can you do to still, be involved in the fight?
It doesn't matter how old you are. I started my petition when I was 14. But at the age of 14, you still have the most powerful tool which everybody has, and that's your voice. Go talk to your local MPs. They want to have those conversations. You are their future voters. They care about what you think.
When it comes to, inspiring people, driving them up and getting ready to fight that good fight, what would you say to the audience that we have? Is there anything you'd say to encourage people or, get them involved?
The thing I'd say to encourage people to get involved, as a team of youth, we represent 100% of the future, and as game changers, to use our voice to stand up for what we think is right. And that, for me, is political action. Together, we hold the power to rewrite the future for the better.
Well, thank you again so much for taking the time to talk to us. It's been a very inspiring talk, to be honest. I hope that everyone out there is inspired as well.
Thanks, Matt, for having me. It was a pleasure. See you guys.
Okay, so what are we doing? Is there an environmental problem in your community or school? If so, talk to your friends. Maybe you could start a petition. If a petition's not your thing, then maybe ask to turn your next school project into an enviro one. It could be about waste, clean water, creating green spaces, or even recycling old school uniforms. You can tag us at Stop2030 or use the hashtag #PowerUp.
Hi everyone, my name is Danny and I'm one of the youth creators for this year's event, and today I'll be joined with Matthew to ask him a few questions about the film we just watched. Welcome to the stage, Matthew. Hello.
How you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
Doing pretty good, thanks.
So we just finished watching one of the episodes. Can you tell us a bit more about this series and what inspired you and your team to make it?
Of course. So Stay Tuned to Our Planet, or STOP, is obviously a web series, but we're pretty much everywhere the video is, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, all over the place. As far as what inspired us, the main thing has been this word that I hadn't really heard until I did STOP, which is called eco-anxiety. It describes a feeling that I was very familiar with. I feel like a lot of people would be very familiar with, even if you don't have the specific word to describe it. And we, obviously tackling climate change can be quite an intense and overwhelming situation and thing to deal with. So we wanted to bring a level of positivity and trying to alleviate that anxiety that people are feeling. And as far as on a personal level, I've been working in the online space for a very long time. I have my own following, and I always love the idea of pushing that behind something positive. I feel like I can do meaningful things with the platform I've been given.
Yeah, definitely. And these episodes are short form and been uploaded to TikTok and YouTube.
Yeah.
Do you think younger audiences are consuming more content in these platforms, and why do you think that is?
Totally. Yeah, so I think young people are consuming content online, but part of that's obviously because that's where things are trending, and also just because there's so much more content online these days. I think maybe the younger generations are spending more time watching content online than anywhere else. So by default, people are going to be watching more content like this as well. Yeah, I do always say though that when we talk about watching stuff online or spending time online, there can be a bit of a negative attitude towards it. But it's all about media diet and how you're kind of consuming things, because I have a Discord server with quite a lot of my audience on there. People, make friends, network. There's even been relationships that have been started from there. I get online and I play games with subscribers, or I play chess and I'm training my brain, and that's all counted as spending time online. It kind of falls into that umbrella for me. So I don't know. To me, it's kind of about making sure that the content that you're consuming, you're not getting locked into your doom scrolling, and that you, are just aware of your own media diet.
Yeah, I'm definitely a victim of doom scrolling and bedrotting, but each of the 25+ STOP episodes have so many tips and facts and advice. Do you have one that is your favorite?
Yeah. So when I first started doing the series, I thought that I was a smart enough individual that knows a lot of things. I guess maybe I am smart, but I know not that much. Every time I interviewed someone or talked to someone, I was like, oh, there are so many things that I have to learn. Whether it was Sophia, who I believe is here today, and one fact that really stands out to me is we did an episode all about online storage and cloud storage, and it kind of goes back to the mindset shift for me, because I learned that, and it's something I obviously knew but just never actively thought about, but I learned that every time, all my emails, all my photos, everything that's on my online storage, everywhere, is physically located somewhere. Yeah. And obviously we all know, but we don't know. you know? And somewhere out there is this giant tower, well, not many of them, but like my emails are in one specific tower somewhere, filled with computers, filled with hard drives, that's burning hot and needs to be cooled. And that takes a lot of energy.
That's kind of crazy that our memories are in a physical building.
Yeah, it does sound quite ominous, yeah, the building of memories.
And Matt, if people want to check out this series, where can they go to?
Oh, yeah, so our user is Stop2030, so you can find us on Instagram, like I said, TikTok, YouTube, a whole bunch of YouTube shorts too, if you need something easy to get yourself introduced to things.
Definitely. Thank you so much. It was so great having you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
All of our speakers here today have achieved an astounding amount in their respective fields, and our next speaker is absolutely no exception to this. 22-year-old Awukable woman Sarah Williams is the CEO and founder of What Were You Wearing Australia, a non-profit organization that provides education, resource, and advocacy against sexual violence across Australia. In 2024, she led 17 national rallies and counting, which saw over 100,000 people come to the street to rally against men's violence in this country. Once again, there's a trigger warning attached to this speech, as it does reference sexual abuse. And if this speech has brought anything up to you, please call 1-800-RESPECT. This talk is urgent, powerful, and raw, and it's such an honor to have Sarah Williams on our stage today. So please give a warm welcome to Sarah.
I'd like to firstly start by paying my respects to the traditional owners of this country, the Darug people, and extend my respects to any elders past and present and any other Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people here today. I'm a proud Awabakal woman, and whenever I acknowledge country, I always like to also acknowledge and make it clear that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are disproportionately affected by domestic, family and sexual violence, and we should always be at the forefront of all conversations. Why did you let him buy you a drink? Why did you stay with him? Why didn't you say no? Why didn't you fight him off? What were you wearing? These are the victim-blaming statements that unfortunately victim survivors hear time and time again. Rape is not just a crime of violence. It is a violation of a human's dignity, autonomy, and humanity. Yet despite the seriousness of these crimes, society often turns their back on victim survivors, often blaming them for what happened. Imagine a society where 1 in 5 people believe that women who report their abuse or rape are often fabricating or exaggerating their claims. Shockingly, this is the reality in Australia, where 1 in 5 people hold these beliefs, the highest among all Western nations surveyed by Ipsos. This pervasive skepticism not only undermines the credibility of survivors, but it also perpetuates a dangerous culture of impunity and silence. These staggering statistics calls for urgent change, demanding that we confront these harmful myths head on and that we use our collective mindsets to start believing and supporting victim survivors. Hello, my name is Sarah Williams. I'm the founder and CEO of What Were You Wearing Australia. We're a not-for-profit organisation fighting to end sexual violence. In such a short period of time, we've become nationally recognised. You may recognise us from our national rallies, which brought 100,000 people across the country together to say no more. Or you may recognise us from our drink spiking campaign, which mandated drink spiking prevention training for all bar and security guards across New South Wales. I'm so grateful and proud for what this organisation allows me to do. It allows me to give a voice to the 12-year-old girl I was that didn't have a voice and needed a saviour, an organisation and services like ours. But most importantly, what we were wearing grew from a place of urgency and necessity, my own lived experience and my experiences of victim blaming. Take a moment with me. Let's take an example. A young 20-year-old girl is fast asleep in their home. Someone breaks into their house and rapes her while she's asleep. She goes to the police station. The building's cold, old, and she's quite scared. A police officer approaches her with a gun in their pocket and says, "Why are you here?" She's even more scared now. Her voice is shattering, but she finds the courage to say, "I was raped." "Are you sure?" said the police officer. She immediately starts second-guessing everything that happened to her, rethinking, should she even be here reporting? Will her perpetrator find out and do it again? But she pushes through because she doesn't want what happened to her to happen to anyone else. But what happens next is indescribable, and to her, worse than the rape itself. Why didn't you say no? If you were in danger, why didn't you push him away, fight him off, say no? And maybe next time, don't wear such revealing clothing to sleep. Unfortunately, statements like these are not a one-of-a-kind situation. Victim survivors hear statements like these every year, every week. This story, this example, that was mine. Look around the room. 1 in 4 people will experience sexual abuse. And I'm sure nearly everyone here either knows a victim or is a victim themselves. But this is worse if you're an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander person. Us mob experience physical or sexual abuse at disproportionate rates. 3 out of 5 Aboriginal people experience these crimes. But what is victim blaming? Victim blaming occurs when statements or questions focus on the actions or inactions of a victim survivor. It's often suggesting that because of their behaviour, they're wholly or partially responsible for the crime. These harmful mindsets arise from the widespread myths and misconceptions of sexual violence, and one's desire to distance themselves from the crime. Victims of domestic, family and sexual violence, we want to feel safe and protected by our first responders. But I have heard so often the traumatic experiences people face when they go to simply report. The effects of victim blaming can be lifelong. Re-traumatisation can prolong or put a stop to a person's healing journey. The side effects can be PTSD, trust issues, eating disorders. But what is worse is victim blaming perpetuates rape culture. A culture where sexual violence is normalised, excused and encouraged. It is within this culture where it's not only about the individual survivor, but about a society that turns a blind eye to violence because it's easier to blame the victim than to confront the uncomfortable truths about power, control and misogyny. So how do we end victim blaming in a generation? Well, first we need to start with ending rape culture. The harmful myths of false accusations is one to begin with. The truth is, less than 3% of all sexual assault cases are false accusations, with the majority of that 3% being people too scared to continue their cases, not that they lied. Give me a moment, eh? If we don't end rape culture and change our attitudes towards victim survivors, over 1 million Australians will experience victim blaming within the next generation. So what do we need to do? 1, we need to mandate trauma-informed training for first responders. A campaign I started called #BelieveMe. It's essential we equipped our first responders with trauma-informed training to lower the risk of harm and re-traumatisation and ensure that all of our experiences with them are always professional and supportive. Trauma-informed training means recognising, understanding and responding to the effects of trauma, ensuring that all our interactions and care are always supportive and don't re-traumatise survivors. Secondly, if you see or hear misogyny or sexism, call it out. Equip yourself with the knowledge and truths around sexual violence, and then use that knowledge to correct the damaging narratives about victim survivors. And thirdly, education is crucial to breaking the cycle of victim blaming. You can do this by reading books, following pages like What Were You Wearing, or educating yourself and the people around you about boundaries, consent, and the experiences of survivors. By fostering empathy and awareness, we can shift our culture from blaming victims to actually holding our perpetrators accountable. Overall, victim blaming is a profound social issue that inflicts severe harm on victim survivors. It fosters a culture where perpetrators evade accountability. These persistent rape myths worsens this problem, as misconceptions perpetuate victim blaming, obscuring the truths about sexual violence. This environment not only worsens the problem for victims, but it also impedes a society's ability to address and prevent these crimes effectively. By challenging these norms, we can shift the focus from blaming victims to holding perpetrators accountable, ultimately creating a more just and safer society. Take a moment with me. Imagine your sister, mother, or maybe it's you enters the police station. A police officer approaches you with a gun in their pocket and a smile on their face and says, "How can I help you?" You're scared, but you find the courage to say, "I was raped." The police officer says, "I believe you, and I will do whatever I can to help you." Now imagine a society where this was every victim survivor's experience. If you were to take anything from this, make it be that we must start believing victim survivors and stop blaming them. Instead, let's start questioning our perpetrators about why they perpetrated in the first place. This is not just a dream, this can be a reality, but we must stand together. It requires us to challenge our own biases, to educate ourselves and others around us, and hold each other accountable. Let's create a future where victims are met with compassion, where they're believed, and where they're supported along their healing journeys. Let's create a world where sexual violence is not normalized or encouraged, but instead, it's confronted head-on and eradicated. If it didn't matter what my rapist was wearing, then it does not matter what I was wearing. From the ages of 8 to 18, I experienced extreme physical and sexual abuse. And I never thought there'd be a day that I would make it out alive. But here I am today, standing in front of you all and doing this speech. I just wanted to say, if anyone resonates with this, the little 12-year-old girl that experienced this, I believe you. Thank you.
Our next performer is Ugly Esther, a 21-year-old Western Sydney artist. She has won accolades in her newest album, Purgatory, has won her accolades in FBI's Independent Artist of the Week, and a feature in Vice Australia's Music Highlights in July. She has produced and recorded 3 albums solo using just her iPhone in her room. So please give her a warm welcome to Ugly Esther.
Hi everybody, I'm Ugly Esther. This first song I'm going to play for you is called My Little Baby. Well, I remember when you told me that your sadness ate your heart, and you described this heavy feeling as it's tearing you apart. I said, hand it to me, my little baby. Set yourself free and I'll play the part. Anyone but you, a prayers listen to. Can you hear me plead? I wish that it was me. You said you liked my minor strumming, and now I play till my fingers bleed. You sit and talk and I will learn it, so I can love you like you need. Why don't you hand it to me, my little baby? Set yourself free and I'll play the part. Anyone but you, a prayer to listen to. Can you hear me plead? I wish that it was me. You're the sister that I love and need. You're in the blood I bleed. I'll love you till you're happy. I'll take it, darling, give it to me. Please give it to me. Thank you. This next one is called Fresh Air. And all the good stuff is for free. Fill the air, fill the moon, and fill me. You're dancing in the night, face warmed by firelight. You run and you hike and play, whistling in the rain. You read by the light of day, stopping to smell the blues, rewriting all the rules. It's something for us to do. Come up on the weekends, kicking in the freeze, and I just wanna keep it in my mind. Days though when you're older, you just wanna hold. I just wanna know the time's mine. And all the best stuff you can find is in the Thank you. And this last one is called Purgatory. Watching my back, frothing the sea foam. The sky was grey in the harbour that day. I'm shucking your bones, I'm trying to get back at ya. Gonna get cold if you keep to your ways. Getting off, only you and feel your memories. May just stay with the beach meets the bay. Getting lost, may you make memories your enemy. Have you locked up in purgatory? And only you envy your memories. May you just stay with the beach meets the bay. May you make memories your enemy. Have you locked up in purgatory? You're just a sailor in that. Ooh, you're just a sailor in that. The water's gone cold. Summer, come back to me. The air will warm and chill. Send me your way. My habits die hard. I'm crawling right back to ya. Maytime blues always keep it at bay. Only you envy your memories. May you just stay with the beach meets the bay. May you make memories your enemy. Have you locked up in purgatory? Will you be locked up in purgatory? Are you still getting off on our memories? Will you be locked up in purgatory? Are you still thinking about all our memories? You're just a sailor if that. You're just a sailor if that. Baby, you're just a sailor if that. You're just a sailor if that.
Thank you.
thank you to the filmmakers of No Film Sets in Bankstown. That film was brought to us by Made in the West production company. So huge thank you to them. Our next speaker is a true startup unicorn with a knack of turning ambitious ideas into reality. She has worked at the top leading startup companies in ANZ, including Canva, Immutable, and Eucalyptus. Now, as a founder of both Sakara Tech and Beyond Besties, she's shaking things up and providing digital tools for conscious consumerism. Today, she's here to discuss the internal bias in AI technology. So please give a warm welcome to Nawaz Sembi.
I love patterns. They are everywhere. This is me building all kinds of towers using patterns when I was little. Patterns are especially relevant and can be seen everywhere in innovation. One of my favorite patterns comes around every 250 years or so, where a new piece of technology or innovation enters our world and shakes it forever. The last step in this pattern was electricity. And the current step is AI. AI is our generation's version of electricity. It has the ability to change the way that we live, work, and play. And we're actually a part of the building process of this. Every time that we engage online, whether it's posting a video, leaving a comment, or even posting an image, we're actually creating data that builds these AI models. So without even realizing it, we're a part of the process of building AI too. And it's because we're in this really special time right now where we can not only post things online instantly, but also have access to instant information, not only of our current generation and culture, but also of the past. And we can use this information to derive better patterns for our future. Hi. I'm Nawaz, and my love for patterns took me down a path of maths, engineering, physics, quantum, into the Web3 space, and now as a builder and player in the AI space. But as I got deeper into STEM, I often found myself as the minority in many rooms. And as I got deeper into the AI space, I noticed another troubling pattern. One of inaccessibility, one that lacked diversity, and one that included bias. Bias has been in tech for a little while now. Take cars, for example, or seatbelts. Did you know that women are 74% more likely to be at risk of serious injury when they're in a car crash? All because seatbelts and cars were designed with the male anatomy in mind. Or take medicine, for example, where historically research was done on male patients. And so now we have gaps in our data, like we don't understand the symptoms that women have when they have heart attacks. And so when we build AI models on top of this data, it leads us to have issues that are not only just like technical flaws or have little biases in them, but they're life or death issues. To build a better future, we need to understand the previous patterns of biases and redesign them to create patterns that make us live in an exciting world and a future that we want to be in. AI has its challenges, and bias can be a part of that. But bias isn't always negative. Bias can also be the key to how we design a better future. But we need to understand how bias is built into AI in order to do that. So do you know how to build an AI tool? Don't worry, I'm going to walk you through it. So learning to build an AI system is a little bit like learning a new skill. Take learning to walk, for example. The first step is to collect some kind of data set or set of experiences. So when you're little, you're probably watching your family and friends glide across the room and you're like, oh, I want to do that too. The second step is to identify features or patterns in this data set. So you're probably working out that working out that they're taking one foot in front of the other and they're keeping themselves upright. And so you might try and do that too. The third step is to identify patterns in the data using some kind of algorithm or some kind of intuition to do the same. And so that might look like you actually getting up on your 2 feet and trying to stick one leg in front of the other and, eventually moving forward. The fourth step is testing. It's all about looking at the algorithm or the routine that you've worked out and making sure that it's robust and reliable and can work on other sets of data too. And so now, coming back to walking, that you've mastered walking in the living room on your hardwood floors, can you actually do it on carpet, grass, concrete, uphill, downhill? You want to make sure that you can maybe turn it into a skip or a hop too. So learning to build an AI model is a little bit like learning to walk, as we just talked about. But unlike learning to walk, it has the potential to absolutely transform our world on a very tremendous scale. And just like electricity, it has the opportunity to weave itself into every single part of our society and world. And with this huge amount of potential comes this huge amount of responsibility, which begs us the question, what happens if we don't fix these biases? So let's take a look at some examples. Take facial recognition, for example, which shows us both the power and the pitfalls of AI. It can be used in something like security to make it even faster and more efficient. Take the city of Shenzhen, for example, which rolled out AI into its surveillance systems a number of years ago. And in the first couple of months that it was rolled out, it was able to help solve 60% of crimes that came through the city. And a couple of weeks later, they were able to find a missing child in a city of millions in minutes. But this same technology also has downfalls, especially when it comes to marginalized communities. Research tells us that if you have a darker skin tone or if you don't fit traditional gender biases, that these systems struggle to recognize your face. Now, these aren't just biases that are in the data sets, but they're ones that are baked into the systems and then they learn from them and then propagate them forward. And then there's the unexpected. And my favorite example, take passport makeup, which was a trend that went viral online a little while ago, where people were being told how to do their makeup in a particular type of way when they were taking their ID photos. But often when we're going through the airport, we're not actually wearing any makeup. And so when we were going through security or using these facial recognition softwares, they would actually struggle to identify our faces. And so it's kind of funny that even systems so advanced and so complex can be stumped just by a small change in appearance. And this shows us this double-edged nature of AI. It shows us how it can make our worlds more safe and secure, but it also shows us how it can stumble in surprising ways or propagate biases that are in the data sets that it's trained on. But the good thing is that we're playing an active role in building the patterns of how AI is built in the future. AI might have its challenges, but it also has the potential to transform our world by breaking old patterns and creating new ones for the future. Imagine a world where you step into a car, you sit down, and you tell it where you want to go and it takes you there. Or imagine a world where we can pinpoint natural disasters well before they happen, just because AI can make sense of the vast amounts of data from our world. Or imagine a world where you have a tutor that's personalizing the way that you learn and learning the way that you learn best and creating engaging modules for you to move forward and be excited to learn, all from day one from when you entered school. All of these potentials are possible because AI is breaking old biases and creating new ones. Old patterns, it's breaking old patterns and it's creating new ones. Major companies like Google with Gemini or Apple with Apple Intelligence are paving the way forward of how AI gets integrated into our everyday. But one of my favorite examples actually comes from Meta, the company that houses Facebook, Instagram, and Threads. Meta is taking an open-source approach to building AI. And so they understand that the future of AI needs to be collaborative. It needs to be done in a style where we're able to give feedback and we're able to improve on the models that are being put out there. This same approach was actually used in the past. And that's the reason that we have tools or softwares like Unix, for example, which is the industry-leading software used in our mobile phones today. It was built with this same open-sourced approach. There's also companies like OpenAI who are making AI even more accessible than ever. And it's because they're breaking old patterns of monopolization with big companies and making it even more democratized. And the way that they're doing this is with ChatGPT, which you might have heard of before. ChatGPT is revolutionizing the way that we play with AI. And this is because in order to use AI, all you need to do is be able to send a text or speak to your phone. There's no need to learn how to code anymore to interact with AI. They've also released the ability for you to create your own version of ChatGPT, all with an idea or some kind of data set, which could be a bunch of text or a PDF. They're truly breaking old patterns of monopolization and creating new patterns that allow anyone and everyone to benefit and collaborate with AI. Tech giants aren't the ones that rule AI anymore. We're able to be part of the process with new types of AI that are open source, by participating in collaborative approaches with AI, and to create new patterns for our future. And we can create a world where technology and AI is reflective of our diverse human experience. So you might be wondering, what role do you have to play in all of this? Well, look, the worst thing that you can do is to think that AI is too complex or too scary and to not let it transform your life. Remember, you don't really know how the insides of your phone works in order to let it transform your life too. So I encourage you to play with it, explore it, share your journey, but be aware of the biases in AI platforms. But it starts with you and me. Together, we can break old patterns and create new ones to build a better world. Thank you.
Hi, I'm back. Did you miss me? Yeah. Thank you. I wasn't expecting an answer. Okay, so we're back. We have our last speaker today, and we've covered a lot of really big ideas and a lot of big questions. And he's here to help you answer the biggest question of all, which is, what do you want to be when you grow up? If you're anything like me and you're still figuring it out, Jason Zuhi is here to help. He is the co-founder of the Ikigai Network, a video platform to provide bite-sized career advice to university and high school students. So guys, can you please sit up straight? Can you please give him all the energy? Our last speaker, Jason. Thank you.
There is one thing you all need to watch in order to find a happy and successful career. And no, it's not my TEDx talk. It is Despicable Me. Yes, the movie with the minions. Who here's seen Despicable Me? Show of hands. Yes, great movie. You remember the scene where Gru, our protagonist, he's sitting in the lobby of the Bank of Evil and he's waiting to apply for a villain loan to fund his plot to literally steal the moon. What a great idea. And sitting across the other side of the hall from him is another villain. He's wearing an orange jumpsuit and his name is Vector. Now, Vector, he just wants a friend. He comes over, sits down next to Gru, and he's like, hey, I'm also applying for a villain loan. Go by the name of Vector. It's a mathematical term, a quantity represented by an arrow with both direction and magnitude. and Guru very rudely moves away. But Vector, he's not to be deterred, and he continues, Vector, that's me, because I'm committing crimes with both direction and magnitude. Why am I bringing this up? The key to what I want to impart to you today lies in Vector's line. Vector, a mathematical term represented by quantity with both direction and magnitude. We're often told that the secret to a happy and successful life is to work hard, and that's certainly true. In order to get what you want, you generally have to expend a great magnitude of time and effort and work. But what most people don't talk about is the oft-neglected first part, direction. Have you ever stopped for a moment and considered your direction? Why are you doing what you're doing? Take math, for instance. For those of you who are still doing math, my condolences. But let me ask you, why are you doing math? So you can get a good mark, of course, right? You get a good mark, you get into a good course, you get a good high-paying job, you're able to support your family, you give your kids a good education so they can go to school and do math. Of course, the real reason you're all doing math is because it's good to go into the world with some understanding of basic things like math, probably. Today is 1,438 days since I left high school, and I still haven't had to use Pythagoras' theorem. There are two things I've just demonstrated. First, math is a pyramid scheme. And second, questioning the why and the direction of what you're doing is just as important as expending a great magnitude of effort on that thing. After I left high school, I saw so many of my friends make their choice of direction based on things other than what they actually want to do. They say things like, oh, I got the mark for medicine. Oh, my parents told me to do engineering. All my friends are doing business. Law is very prestigious. And off they go to university, 3, 5 years, sometimes longer. They get a massive student debt, nice shiny piece of paper. They get into the workforce and they realize it's not what they wanted. To go back to Vector's analogy for a moment, if this is the direction that you really want to go in, and this is the path you actually take, all of that effort, a great magnitude of effort that you've spent on that second path, it doesn't get you towards where it is you really want to go. You're much better off spending some time at crucial inflection points in your life thinking about your choice of direction. Of course, this begs the question, how? What I'm going to talk about now is a very useful mental model for making better decisions as to your direction, and this mental model is called the Ikigai model. Ikigai is a Japanese term. It roughly translates to reason to get up in the morning. And I first came across this concept in a book of the same name by Heather Cleary and Hector Garcia. And what they write is that in order to find your Ikigai, you want to find 4 things, just 4 things. And they are, first, what you love. Second, what you're good at. Third, what the world needs. And fourth, what you can be paid for. Now, it might not be possible to find all of them, but it's a good starting place. So let's start today, here, right now, asking ourselves the first 2 questions. What do I love? What is my passion? What am I good at? What is my competence? Don't think too linearly when answering these questions. Just because you love math doesn't mean you have to be a pure mathematician. Or just because you're really good at a particular sport doesn't mean you have to be an athlete. The skills, the activities and the subjects that we do when we're young, they indicate the types of attributes that we have, which may indicate that we are suited to a certain job, but they don't have to lead to a direct career in that area. So, what do I love? What am I good at? And then think about what the world needs. What is your mission? If you don't know yet, that's completely fine. As you're reading the news, reading the books, if you read it all anymore, or scrolling through TikTok, is there anyone or anything that makes you stop for a moment and think, wow, that's really cool, that's something that matters? And then we get on to the 4th question, what you can be paid for, and that's probably the most difficult one. You know, some people, they say, do what you love and the money will follow. Just quit school, drop out of uni, resign, just throw yourself in the deep end. And to those people I say, sure. The cost of living crisis, pressure from our parents, desire to keep up with our peers, all of that means that doing your passion, your competence, and your mission without any regards for what is an actual vocation is unrealistic. One of the fundamental challenges facing today's youth is how you thread the needle between the first 3 elements, what you love, what you're good at, and what the world needs, and getting paid. And the answer is, I don't know. That's all I have for today. Thank you very much for coming to my talk. Bye. What's that? I saw 3 minutes. Look, I don't know the answer, but here is one practical tip you can take away, and that is consistent, incremental efforts towards making your ikigai financially viable. Let's say you love video editing. I'm just going to use that as an example, but this could be anything. It could be sports, it could be arts, anything that traditionally doesn't pay all that well. So you love video editing, start by setting aside a few hours every week. It could be after school, after work, on the weekends, and guard that time jealously. Other people try to make plans for that time. You want to do something else during that time. Resist the urge unless it's really important. Initially, just start small. Make a few hobby videos, put them on social media. See what it is you love doing, element 1. Is it comedic skits, vlogs of your life? Think what it is you're really good at, element 2. Is it great editing, compelling storytelling? Think what it is that the world needs, element 3. Is it informative product reviews, TikTok dances? Over time, consistently, incrementally build out your portfolio of videos and then think about how you can get paid. Reach out to people who are already doing what it is you want to be doing for a living and ask how did they get there. Think about other ways you can monetize your ikigai. Is it through ad revenue, sponsorships? Over time, consistently, incrementally, if you work towards making it a viable occupation, you may be able to find your ikigai. Note that I said maybe, because it is really hard to find something that satisfies all 4 factors. It might just be a hobby or a side hustle, and that's completely fine. You don't have to be paid to do something for it to be worthwhile to you. I'm not being paid to give this talk, it's still worthwhile to me. What's most important is that every single one of you sitting here today and watching along at home, don't get swept along a path and into a career just because it's the done thing. Try find something you love, you're good at, the world needs, and you can be paid for, and if you can't, a really fulfilling hobby is great too. But above all, remember this. This is your life. And just like a vector, the direction is just as important as the magnitude. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. That was our day. Thank you so much for being here. I just want to have a quick thank you. So thank you to all our partners who made today possible, specifically USyd, our presenting partner. Thank you to... Huge fan of USyd. Thank you to everyone who worked back of stage, front of stage, our amazing, amazing volunteers. Thank you to our speakers and performers, obviously. A special thank you to my curatorial team and my co-head, Eve. It's a dream to work with you. And a very, very special thank you to our departing CEO, Susan. I can't see you in the crowd, but I imagine that you're there, so I'm going to wave at you. Thank you so much. And also a specific thank you to you in the audience. You guys can give yourself a clap. You've been clapping for everybody else. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for listening. Thank you for being here. I hope you guys had an amazing time. I hope to see you all soon. Thank you so much. All right.